television and the City of Somerville website and will be available in the future. Now, everyone please rise for the prayer and Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Clerk.
Let's begin this meeting with a prayer. God, grant this city council the serenity to accept the things that cannot be changed, courage to change the things that can be changed, and wisdom to know the difference. And now let's join the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
This is roll call. Councillor Klingon.
Present.
Councillor Mba. Councillor White. Councillor Ballantyne. Councillor Hirsch.
Here.
Councillor Niedergang.
Here.
Councillor Davis.
Here.
Councillor Scott.
Present.
Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Here.
Councillor Rossetti. And Councillor McLaughlin.
Here.
Mr. President, 7 councillors are present, 4 are absent. We have a quorum.
Everyone please note Council Ballantyne is on our way. She's running late, and Councilors Rossetti and White are both sick today. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 2 is moment for remembrances, if there are any.
Do we have any moments of silence? Councilor Hirsch?
Thank you. You know that holidays, there are people struggle, people have joyful moments and also struggle, and looking at the obituaries, you can see that more people pass away right around the holidays. But this particular moment of silence is for somebody who passed away but had lived such a full life. It's for Helen Mineta, who lived in 10 Hills on Puritan Road. She died on December 20th, and she actually passed away on her 99th birthday. So she was born in 1920. She was a lifelong resident of Somerville, and she graduated from the Somerville High School in the class of 1937 and went on to graduate from college as well. She was a longtime employee of the State Street Bank and retired in 1987. She was also a really active volunteer in Somerville as a Brownie leader and in other roles, and she had many hobbies. And she had 3 daughters, Diane, Dolores, and Doreen, and she was grandmother and great-grandmother to many.
Councilor Klingon would like to be signed on. Any other moments of silence? Seeing none, the items are approved, and please rise for a moment of silence. Please be seated. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Number 3 is the approval of the minutes of the special meeting of November 26 and the regular meeting of November 26.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the minutes are approved.
Item number 4 is a citation submitted by Councillor Ewan-Campen commending Mark Howland, who served for 15 years on the Board of Library Trustees for the betterment of Somerville's public libraries.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it is my great honor to offer this citation for Mr. Mark Howland. I'm going to read some very brief remarks prepared by his colleagues. Mark is retiring after serving faithfully as a trustee on the Somerville Public Library for more than 15 years, much of that time as president. During his tenure, Mark brought together his ardent love of libraries, professional expertise in planning and architecture, and a deep commitment to our community to successfully advocate for the support and improvement of our public libraries. Mark worked tirelessly with city administration, library staff, and community stakeholders to raise the profile of the library and its initiatives within the community. His advocacy work was instrumental in bringing about compliance with Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners' accreditation requirements, engaging the community in the West Branch renovation project, and strategic planning for a library foundation. The library's benefited tremendously from his enthusiasm, loyalty, and wisdom over the past decade and a half, and we are sincerely grateful for his service. And I'm just going to briefly read the citation, and then hopefully we'll hear some remarks. Be it hereby known to all that the Somerville City Council and Mayor offer their sincerest commendations to Mark Howland on the auspicious occasion of his retirement after 15 years of distinguished service to the city's Board of Library Trustees. Mark worked tirelessly to raise the profile of the library, meet accreditation requirements, advance the West Branch renovation, and support strategic planning for a library foundation. The councilors and the mayor offer their gratitude and their best wishes for ongoing success in all endeavors.
it was a great honor for me to serve on the library board, and we've done exciting things, and I think the best thing is that we now have a library foundation. It's been incorporated, and we're going to work to create a robust funding mechanism for innovation and building on the great work that directors like Kathy Piantagini has already accomplished. So thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Councilor Niedergang?
Thank you, Mr. President. And besides all those accomplishments, I've always been impressed by the fact that Mark Howland shows up. I've seen him at so many meetings here, at community meetings, and the Library Board of Trustees as well, which I'm sure has been influenced by the fact that he shows up. But I think it's an underestimated part of public life, just showing up. And I'll be missing you, Mark, at all these meetings, and enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Councilor Hirsch?
I just want to second all of the praise. Our libraries do so much with such a small budget, and they continue to be just one of the most joyful and awesome places in our community where you can be friends with people of all different backgrounds and level the playing field. As I was doing my monthly calendar, I could see like 4 different events happening at the same time at the libraries, and I wanted to go to all of them, and I was just like, it's just amazing what you do, and thank you to everybody, you and all the staff and the other library trustees.
All right, next item, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, item number 5 is a public hearing on a grand location application submitted by Eversource to install 43 feet of conduit in Grand Union Boulevard from a manhole to a traffic light signal at the intersection of Grand Union Boulevard and Revolution Drive.
And before we start with the public hearings, I'd like to just lay out for public hearings such as like this, if there's anything remotely controversial or something people want discussed, I would like to either table the item so the city ward councilor can address it or move it to committee. So if there's any serious questions, that's what we're going to do. I now declare the public hearing for item number 5 open. Do we have anyone to speak on the item?
Jackie Duffy, Eversource. Would like to install 43 feet of conduit Grand Union Boulevard. This is to supply electric service to a streetlight signal for the city of Somerville.
Is there anyone else in attendance who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Vice Chair Barr, how would you, and I'd like to declare too that Councilor Barr is in attendance now. How would you like to proceed?
Thank you, Mr. President. I've reviewed this application as Vice Chair of Licenses and Permit. I don't see any issue with the application, so I recommend for approval.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is approved. Next item.
Item number 6 is a public hearing on a grand location application submitted by Eversource to install 21 feet of conduit in Nashua Street from a utility pole to a point of pickup at 40 Nashua Street.
And now to declare the public hearing open, is there anyone here to discuss the item?
Jackie Duffy, Eversource. Would like to install 21 feet of conduit on Nashua Street to supply electric service to the new signal house for the MBTA.
Is there anyone else here to speak on the item? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilor Barr?
Thank you, Mr. President. I've also reviewed this application. Pardon any objection from my colleague. I recommend move to approve.
Any further discussion on the item? Councilor Niedergang?
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Ms. Duffy. So this will be underground?
Yes.
So that means it'll have to wait until after the
Yes.
construction moratorium. Is this going through some retaining wall in the area?
It says it's going through the wall, right? It'll
And
probably go underneath it.
it will go underneath?
Yes.
And where is that retaining wall?
It's on the, you can see on the thing right there.
Yeah.
See this line, new wall.
Okay, so that's a retaining wall that the property at 40 Nashua Street built?
I'm not sure who built it.
All right. I would like this to go to committee, especially since it's not going to happen immediately, so we can find out about this retaining wall that it's going through.
You want to know who built it? Is that,
I want to have the details on the retaining wall. Whose retaining wall is it? Have they given their permission? If it doesn't belong to the property that this is for, is there documentation of that?
Okay.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is referred to committee. Next item.
Item number 7 is a public hearing, a grand location application submitted by Eversource to install 23 feet of conduit on Holland Street from a manhole to a point of pickup at 1727 Holland Street.
I now declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone here to discuss the item?
Jackie Duffy, Eversource, would like to install 23 feet of conduit on Holland Street to supply electric service to 17 Holland Street.
Is there anyone else here to discuss the item? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilor LeBeau?
President,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Davis?
question. Ms. Duffy, I reviewed the application, and I noticed there's indication of no concrete on it. Is that, do I interpret that to mean that the patching will be done with blacktop temporarily?
No, it means no concrete on top of the conduit.
So that doesn't refer to the
The paving.
end
It doesn't
state?
No, it doesn't
Okay.
refer to the paving.
Thank you.
Councilor LeBeau?
Thank you, Mr. President. I've also reviewed this application, barring any objection from my colleagues. I move to approve.
Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is approved. Next item.
Item number 8 is a public hearing, a grand location application submitted by 86 Franklin Street LLC, which wants to install 36 feet of conduit in Franklin Street from a utility pole to a point to pick up at 84 Franklin Street.
I now declare the public hearing open. Is there anyone here to discuss this item? Please come forward and state your name.
Hello, Mr. President. My name is Patrick Lynch. I'm here representing the property owner. We're submitting this application for approval to submit the conduit for electrical service for this property.
Is there anyone else here to discuss the item? Seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilor LeBeau?
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know which ward is this in.
This is my ward. Ward
Okay,
one.
so thank you, Mr. President, for the, I think I've reviewed the application, barring any objection from, the ward councilor, which is you or any member of the public. I move to approve.
Councilor Scott?
Thank you, Mr. President. The application is just a little bit irregular. It appears to be work that would need to be performed by Eversource, but Eversource isn't the petitioner in this case, so I'm a little confused about it.
Could you answer that question?
No, I think the intent is that we were trying to get the electrical service in to provide power to the house. I'm not quite sure what the process is with Eversource.
I'd recommend sending it to committee just so the applicant has an opportunity to coordinate with Eversource. Jackie Duffy, who's here tonight, and they can work it out.
Councilor Scott moves to send the item to committee. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is referred to licenses and permits. Thank you.
Mr. President, can you just advise me what's our next step here?
You can talk to the vice chair over here, and it'll appear in committee, in the license and permits committee, which will be scheduled soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councilor Klingon would like to take item 98 out of order. Seeing no objections, the item will be taken out of order. Please read the order, Mr. Clerk.
Item 98 is a communication submitted by the senior planner who wishes to present Summer Vision 2040 to this council this evening.
Ms. Woods, I believe you're going to speak. Ms. Woods would like to speak. Any discussion on letting her speak? Seeing none, please proceed.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me here this evening.
Excuse me, sorry to cut you off. Gentle reminder to everyone, please. This year, I would really like people to refrain from holding questions until the very end of the presentation. And this item, I am also going to refer to the Land Use Committee, so we can have a joint hearing with the Planning Board and a public hearing. Thank you.
Hi again. Thank you for having me here this evening. I'm Melissa Woods, Senior Planner in the Mayor's Office of Strategic Planning and Community Development. And I'm here with Summer Vision staffers, Courtney Desir, Lauren Drago, and Victor Nascimento. And I'm also here with many members of the Summer Vision Committee. Can those members raise their hand? We owe a big thank you to the Somerville residents who volunteered their time to help us create this plan. So a brief round of applause for them, if I could ask for that. So why update our comprehensive plan? And it's because professional practice recommends it. We should be updating our comprehensive plan every 5 to 10 years. And I don't think you can really deny that in the last 10 years that circumstances have substantially changed. So we started this process at the beginning of last year to update it for 2020 to 2040. So in a previous meeting and presentation to your council, I provided an update with other members of our staff and co-chair on how we did outreach for the Summer Vision update. So I won't belabor that point here, but we did engagement differently, and we tried to reach more people in this process than ever before. At the kickoff meeting, we discussed our values. And not surprisingly, our values really haven't changed since 2010, but we've made 2 minor changes. The first is that in Summer Vision 2030, we said to celebrate the diversity, which has been changed to protect and foster the diversity of our people, culture, housing, and economy. The second change is in the second bullet. Summer Vision 2030 said to foster the unique character, and we've changed that to celebrate the unique character of our neighborhoods and the strength of our community as expressed in our history, cultures, and vibrant civic engagement. In our plan update, there are 2 major themes that were part of many discussions throughout the planning process and are now part of the vision chapter of the plan, and those are equity and displacement. In Somerville, we are striving for equity. From the Summer Vision Conference, we had an interest amongst the Summer Vision Committee and formed an Equity Advisory Committee. The Equity Advisory Committee helped staff and members of the Summer Vision Committee consider equity in the creation of the topic chapters. Equity is a core principle of Summer Vision 2040, and it is just as important as being included in the document, but also being included in our next step, which is implementation. The other topic discussed widely was displacement. This is central to both the housing and the community and governance chapters. And it's not only families that are facing this problem, it's our small businesses and nonprofits that are facing challenges due to rising costs. There are 8 Summer Vision topic chapters, but before I dive into those chapters, I want to talk about the Summer Vision numbers. In Summer Vision 2030, the numbers were part of the vision section of the plan. They're easy to grab, and many felt that they had been taken out of context with the rest of Summer Vision. In Summer Vision 2040, we've made a change, and we're presenting the numbers within their topic chapter. The numbers, goals, values, all of these things together are Summer Vision 2040. So in alphabetical order, we are touching on the implementation priorities and Summer Vision numbers for each topic chapter. The Climate and Sustainability chapter builds on the solid foundation of Climate Forward. We should develop policy incentives to encourage sustainable behavior, and we should educate Somerville residents and businesses on climate issues. The Summer Vision number elevates the target set in Climate Forward, and we should decrease our carbon emissions by 80% by 2040. The indicators include the percentage of buildings using a sustainable energy source and the share of buildings with solar panels. I should mention that the indicators are included to round out the Summer Vision number and provide more context. The Commercial Development, Business, and the Arts chapter is strategically important in supporting all of our goals in the plan. We aim to work on zoning amendments to support the goals of the chapter. That's an implementation priority that's actually changed in the last 6 weeks due to the adoption of the overhaul. Previously, it was to adopt the zoning overhaul and work on amendments, but thanks to the work of the council, it now just says work on zoning amendments. And we should also reuse at least 1 municipal building for support of local arts and artists. The Summer Vision number is a reflection of what was in Summer Vision 2030, but is now a ratio of 1 job to 1 worker. The indicators include the square footage of artist space, the number of minority-owned businesses, and available jobs. The Community and Governance chapter is new to Summer Vision 2040, and it came out of the conversations from the Summer Vision Conference. We want to incorporate equity goals in subsequent planning efforts, expand the accessibility of city meetings, and create a centralized source of information for people to access. The Community and Governance indicators are voter turnout and increasing the diversity of people filling city positions, boards, and commissions. The housing topic chapter focused on the fact that we are in the midst of a housing crisis. One of our strengths is that we have an administration, a council, and residents that are interested in doing more. We should establish a task force to reach our goal of the Summer Vision number, and we should work on zoning amendments to support the goals of the housing chapter. The Summer Vision number is that 20% of our 20% of our housing stock be affordable in perpetuity by 2040. Indicators are the number of new units built and the number of households burdened by rent costs. The infrastructure topic chapter is new in that it is standalone in Summer Vision 2040. It wasn't until the drafts were created over the summer that we realized that we could serve both topics better if we divided them, transportation and infrastructure. Our implementation priority is to implement a transformative approach to addressing our infrastructure. The Summer Vision number is to upgrade 50 miles of water and sewer pipe by 2040. Indicators include the share of accessible sidewalks and the number of combined sewer overflows. In turn, we also changed the name of the transportation section to mobility to better focus on how people are moving around the city. We should reduce the vehicle miles traveled in Somerville. The Summer Vision number is to increase the number of work commutes done by non-car modes to 75%. The indicators include elevating our Vision Zero goal and the percentage of on-time bus trips. The Public Space and Natural Environment topic chapter discusses a wide variety of topics with an effort to increase our open space and to attract a variety of users. We should create an open space acquisition strategy and study our open space to increase access. The Summer Vision number is creating 105 new acres of open space, which takes into account the progress that we've made since 2010. The indicators include the percentage of households within a 5-minute walk to open space and the number of new trees planted in public areas. The Youth and Education chapter was influenced by Somerville Learning 2030. The process was led by the public schools in collaboration with youth organizations, leaders, and residents. We should explore opportunities to create new gathering spaces for youth in our city, explore how to provide affordable early learning and care programs, and ensure all Somerville public schools are true community schools. The Summer Vision number is that 100% of our youth are on a path to college, career, and life by 2040. Indicators include the percentage of Somerville children attending public schools and the dropout rate. So that concludes our topic chapters, and you may be asking, what's next? And we're asking you, the council, the people in this room, the people that might be watching at home on TV, that you be involved in implementation. This plan is for Somerville, and it's for all of us.
Thank you, Ms. Woods, for the presentation. Do we have any discussion on the item? Councilor Hirsch?
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the people who volunteered their time working on this. As the president said, it's my understanding that we will work with the planning board to have a public hearing, and they will open up a comment period, and we ourselves as a council can submit comments either as a group or as individuals. So without getting into the substance of the draft plan, what do you think, either from you or from the resident chairs, how will you integrate or feedback either from the council or the public on the metrics or on the goals, because it's, I think this document is so important, and I'm wondering how we can make sure that it's like there is an opportunity to provide feedback.
Through the chair, the planning board opened a comment period through January 31st, and if a joint hearing is scheduled, I believe a comment period might be associated with that as well. And we are receiving comments to planning@somervillema.gov, and we will evaluate those as they come in. And when the comment period closes, we'll decide what changes need to possibly be made to the document, and most likely would circle back up with the SVC if anything was substantial. I've already gotten 1 or 2 emails about a typo. I don't think they want to have a meeting about that. But any changes to major content of the plan, we would circle up with them, especially because they were so vital in the creation of this document. We are seeking the council's endorsement and then the planning board's adoption of this plan, so we want to make sure to get it right.
Any further discussion on the item? Councilor Niedergang?
Thank you, Mr. President. So I did attend the planning board presentation, and I did say one thing, which was essentially channeling Councilor Hirsch. So I don't want to steal your thunder, but I do think it's important that it be said. You know, what I said is, you know, I think this is a tremendous achievement. I'm particularly pleased by the emphasis on equity and displacement, which I think are 2 critical issues for the city. But as Councilor Hirsch pointed out in a piece that she wrote that's available on the website where our December 12th meeting is, the goals of housing, open space, and infrastructure will all cost hundreds of millions of dollars. And while they're all, in my opinion, they're all great goals, Councilor Hirsch pointed out that it's pretty inconceivable that the city would have the financial wherewithal to accomplish all of these goals by 2040. So I'm looking to the Summer Vision Committee for some guidance. If it's not offered, you know, we'll make decisions, and the administration will make decisions going forward. But all this work having been done, I think the people who did it, it would be great to have some guidance, prioritization, especially of these extremely hundreds of millions of dollars to realize these goals, each one of them, with a city budget of less than, you know, $250 million a year. So I think that would be very helpful. And, you know, I owe to Councilor Hirsch for really unearthing this and explaining it in detail. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item will be referred to land use. Thank you, everyone, for attending.
Thank you.
Councilor Klinging would like to take item number 96 out of order. Any discussion? Seeing none, item 96 will be taken out of order. This is an item that needs discussion that may occur in executive session. I would like the city solicitor or a representative to come forward and give an opinion on the need for an executive session.
Good evening, Mr. President. Yes, this is an item related to an adversarial process pending at the Civil Service Commission. We do have some information we'd like to convey to the City Council related to that matter, and it is appropriate to have that discussion or the information conveyed in executive session.
Is there a motion to move this to executive session? Councilor Klinging moves to take this to executive session. This requires a roll call vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Here's a roll call vote on moving to executive session to discuss the Civil Service Commission bypass appeal. On that item, Councilor Klingen.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor White. Councilor Ballantyne. Councilor Hirsch.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang. Yes. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti. And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, 8 councilors have voted in favor of moving to executive session. 3 are absent. That has been approved.
Very good. We will now move into executive session, go into recess, and we will reconvene after the executive session is discussed. Ladies and gentlemen, I now call the City Council back into session following executive session. No votes were taken in executive session except to adjourn. Let's move up. Mr. Clerk, I apologize. I'm moving too fast for you. Could we read the next item? Oh, and please note for the record that Councilor Ballantyne is in attendance.
Mr. President, returning to the regular order of business, we move to item number 9, which is an order submitted by Councilor Davis to the Director of Inspectional Services and the Director of SBCD, report to the Ward 6 Councilor all properties in Ward 6 registered under the vacant property ordinance with a record of any fees or fines paid and the dates of any compliance inspections.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I recognize that it may be that just the enforcement of this ordinance hasn't really begun in earnest, but that's part of the question. And I would, at the request of the President, I'd like to amend this order to, rather than to report to the Ward 6 Councilor, to have it be to report to the City Council and have it apply to properties citywide.
You have that, Mr. Clerk?
Report on all properties citywide to the Ward 6 Councilor?
No, to
all Ward
Council.
Full council.
Very good, thank you.
On the amendment, any discussion? Seeing none, the amendment is approved. On the item, any discussion? Seeing none, the item is approved. I would like to sign on to that as well. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 10 is an order submitted by Councilor Davis to the Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management, update the Ward 6 Councilor on plans to repair the brick sidewalks and crosswalks in Davis Square.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On this one, at your request, rather than having to go to committee, I'd just like to amend it to request a response in writing prior to the next City Council meeting.
On the amendment, do you have that, Mr. Clerk? Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the amendment is approved. On the item, seeing no discussion on the item is approved. And thank you, Councilor Davis, for doing that. That is what I'd like to see is any item that really doesn't need thorough discussion in committee, please contact the City Department. Next item, please.
Item 11 is an order submitted by Councilor Davis to the Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management, update the Ward 6 Councilor on alternative locations for electrical equipment in the Brown School green space.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Likewise, in this one, I'd just like to amend it to request that response in writing prior to the next City Council meeting.
On the amendment, seeing no discussion, the amendment is approved.
Actually, I'm sorry, Mr. President. I apologize. That was the one that I mentioned is in public utilities. So if we could send that one to that committee, just because there's already an item there and that discussion had begun to follow up. Thank you. So with that, I withdraw the prior amendment and just ask that be sent.
The amendment, so you want the amendment approved then?
No, I withdraw the amendment, just have this sent to committee.
Councilor Davis moves to withdraw the amendment. Seeing no discussion, the amendment is withdrawn, and the item is referred to Public Utilities and Public Works. Next item.
Item 12 is an order submitted by Councilor Davis, the Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management, update the Ward 6 Councilor on plans for the Willow Avenue to Grove Street sewer and storm drain project and how to mitigate flooding in that area in the interim.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was the other one that I wanted to amend to request that the response be in writing prior to the next City Council meeting.
On the amendment, seeing no discussion, the amendment is approved. On the item, seeing none, the item is approved. Next item.
Item number 13 is a resolution submitted by Councilor Davis that the Mayor and the Director of SBCD commence a public planning process for 45 College Avenue that includes a large, accessible public meeting space with access for West Branch Library programming.
Seeing no discussion, the item is approved. Next item.
Item 14 is a resolution submitted by Councilor Davis that the Mayor and the Director of SBCD commence a public planning process to consider designating pedestrian-only streets in Davis Square with corresponding changes to traffic patterns.
Councilor Davis. Seeing no discussion, the item is approved.
Item 15 is a resolution submitted by Councilor Davis that the Mayor and the Director of SBCD advise the Ward 6 Councilor on options for developing a four-season market hall or small business incubator space in Davis Square, including the possible use of the parking lot at Day and Herbert Streets.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. This concept is included in the current draft of the Davis Square Neighborhood Plan. It's an idea that I and others had. And the request here is to really just get information as to what financing options might exist. I did have a conversation with the mayor, informal conversation with the mayor about this sort of thing, and I know there's a few different possibilities, so I wanted to put the formal request in so that we can start that conversation and then move to a more formal process once we have a better sense for what our options would be.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is approved.
Item 16 is a resolution submitted by Councilor Hirsch and Councilor Niedergang that the administration update this council on the plan to inform residents of the expanded eligibility for tax deferral programs.
Councilor Hirsch?
Thank you. So the Director of Assessing said that the Assessing Board had approved the expansion of eligibility by income to the tax deferral program, and those applications are due in April, and I don't know that the city has yet or announced what their plan for notifying residents is about this, and I was curious to know how they're doing on that. And I would, if possible, like it referred to the new committee on vulnerable populations.
Any further discussion on the item? Councilor Ballantyne.
If I could, Councilor Hirsch, I'd like to sign on to that. Thank you.
Councilor Ballantyne would like to sign on. And Councilor Klingon and Ba. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the item will be referred to the Equity Committee.
Very good. Item number 17 is an order submitted by Councilor Hirsch that the Director of SPCD report back to this council on the feasibility of piloting passive sensor mid-block pedestrian crosswalk lights that automatically flash when a person approaches the crosswalk.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thank you. So this is a recommendation from a constituent expert. Apparently these exist in Medford and Belmont already, and they're really especially good because they don't require somebody to press a button, and they would work well near schools or senior centers. And I will defer to Councilor Niedergang as to whether or not he would like it discussed in committee or just a response in writing.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, I would prefer to approve the item and have you discuss with SPCD, just so my goal is to get all the committee assignments that are already in there. Let's clear those out, and if they do not respond to in a timely fashion, we can resubmit the order and bring it to committee. Councilor Hirsch?
Related to that, can you clarify what the protocol is? If somebody responds from Department or the administration, does it go to us by email and into the online portal, or as a communication?
That's a great question, and to answer your question, in my experience, it depends. So I would contact the director of SPCD, tell them you submitted this order, and ask them that you would like a response by email or in the minute track. Yes.
So just related to that, I think it'd be great to try to clarify it and have it be standardized, so we know where to look for whether it goes in as a new order that's a communication, or what, whether we should expect an email response.
I do believe that is the protocol, but protocol is not always protocol. Councilor Ballantyne, you had a comment?
Thank you. To that, I know Mr. Snyder, and certainly when Ms. Connors came on, they were trying to put all communications into Minitrack. So, in a month's time, in a year's time, someone can go back and then they can see the response there. If it just comes in an email and it's not attached to the original order, then nobody will know whether it's been answered or not. So I think I would ask is that if they're going to put it in Minitrack, why don't they just shoot off an email and say it's all been uploaded to Minitrack, or send something once a week and just say, all written responses have been uploaded.
Thank you, and I'll reiterate that to Ms. Connor later on. And again, if you do not get this addressed, please resubmit the order and we'll take it to committee. So any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is approved. Next item.
Item 18 is a resolution submitted by Councilor Hirsch and Councilor Niedergang that the administration update this council on the teen snow shoveling program, including shoveler requirement efforts and new income eligibility restrictions for enrollees.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thank you. I heard from a constituent that this year there's income restrictions on who's eligible to receive a snow shoveler, and so, for example, you have to earn less than $25,000 per year for a household of one, and I think this is because of the difficulty of recruiting shovelers, but I was hoping this could be referred to the Committee on Equity to find out more about what happened.
Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is referred to the Committee on Equity. Next item.
Item number 20 is an order submitted by Councilor Hirsch that the Director of SBCD, the Director of Finance, or the City Solicitor inform this council how the city will be able to ensure that deed restrictions remain during the transfer of a property.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thank you. So because our new zoning comes with more deed restrictions, a question from a constituent was whether or not we know for sure if those deed restrictions will continue on after a property is transferred to a new owner, and what's the process to make sure that happens. And I think it'd be great if it got referred maybe to finance, but if you want to hold off, I could submit it again at another time. But it does seem like an important...
This is an item that I would like to sign on to as well. And Councilor Davis?
I mean, briefly, so when you acquire a property, you take it subject to the deed that, for the property owner. So that's the point of a deed restriction, is that it's then there. And so anyone who would acquire it, takes it to subject to whatever the description, any conditions, any easements, et cetera, those continue with the deed. That's why it's a really valuable tool. But it's automatic based on the way that the real estate laws work.
Councilor Hirsch?
So then maybe it's more how we track which properties have a deed restriction so that we can continue to enforce that deed restriction. In any case, unless the chair of that committee thinks it's better to talk about offline, I would suggest it going to finance, because those are the systems that would track those.
I was going to suggest your housing committee, Councilor.
That sounds great. Yep.
All right. Seeing no discussion on the item, any further discussion? Seeing none, the item, Councilor Hirsch?
To the clerk, I think he missed.
Yes, he got that. This item is referred to the Committee of Housing and Community Development. And we skipped over item number 19. Please read the item.
Sorry about that. Item number 19 is a resolution submitted by Councilor Hirsch and Councilor Niedergang that the administration consider undertaking a targeted mailing to prior year violators of snow shoveling requirements.
Councilor Hirsch.
This came up in the recent snowstorms, so that we know we have a list. We can even get it online of all the violators from prior years. Do we, I don't think we do, but send them a targeted mailing that says you violated last year with this total amount of violations. Be sure you have your ducks in a row this coming season. We're going to prioritize your house for inspection, et cetera. So that could go to Public Works, Public Utilities, or I could just get an administrative response.
Councilor Niedergang.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Ballantyne and I submitted a couple of snow shoveling related orders as well, and I think it makes sense for all three of these to go to committee for discussion. I think this is an excellent suggestion, and we had a good meeting with Mr. Antanavica, the Director of Inspectional Services, and we discussed a lot of different ideas, because he's new, this is his first snow season. But I think that a focused discussion of a variety of ways to enforce the snow shoveling ordinance with him and a committee would be a really helpful thing.
And are those other items on this agenda or on previous agenda?
No, they're items 86 and 87 on this agenda.
Why don't we take item, well, let's approve this item and refer it to Councilor Hirsch. Do you have any preference for committee? I'll say Public Health and Safety. And let's take the 86 and 87. Let's take items number 86 and 87 out of order. Seeing no objections, please read the orders.
Item 86 is an order submitted by Councilor Niedergang and Councilor Ballantyne that the city solicitor inform this council of the minimum condition that would allow the supervisor of inspectional services or the commissioner of public works to clear a sidewalk that's in violation of the snow shoveling ordinance and then charge or lien the property owner for the cost.
Councilor Niedergang.
So, Mr. President, to explain this, there is a possibility when a certain number of fines have been issued that the city could have city workers clean a property and then charge the property owner. But it wasn't clear to Mr. Antanavica, it's not clear to Councilor Ballantyne and myself when that can happen. So we want to get an opinion from the city solicitor that tells us about this. Apparently in Worcester, after one fine, they'll clean and lean. I don't know if we can do that here or what the circumstances are, but it would be useful to know and to establish a protocol, because I believe we should be as aggressive as possible with forcing people to clean their sidewalks. Thank you.
Councilor Davis and Clingan would like to sign on to that item. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the item will be referred to Public Health and Safety. Next item.
Item number 87 is an order submitted by Councilor Niedergang and Councilor Ballantyne. The Director of Communications discussed with this council the possibility of a mailing or a flyer to all property owners or residents every year or two, informing them of their responsibilities under the snow shoveling ordinance.
Any discussion on the item? Councilor Niedergang?
I'll just say this was actually, I think, Councilor Ballantyne's idea. I think Councilor Hirsch's proposal is probably more feasible immediately because this would be a large mailing. But as Councilor Ballantyne pointed out at our meeting with Mr. Antanavica, there's a huge turnover of residents in the city. So to assume that people are getting the robocalls or that they're informed about the snow shoveling laws is a mistaken assumption. People need to be informed over and over again, and whether that's every year, every other year, every third year, whatever, I think it's worth considering given how high the stakes are in terms of elderly, disabled, people with children not being able to get out and get around on the streets if sidewalks aren't shoveled. So I'd like to see some serious consideration of this. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is referred to Public Health and Safety. Back to the regular order of business.
That moves us to item number 21, which is an order submitted by Councilor Hirsch that the Director of Water and Sewer provide additional information regarding the elevated lead level notification, such as when the city learned about the results and how the results have been communicated and where residents can find more information.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thank you. Some constituents reached out and were startled and disturbed by the mailing that showed that we have elevated lead levels because it's sort of out of context unless you know a lot about how the water testing occurs. And I was hoping to learn more about what the city's communication plan is in general about this and how it could be that this could come out and really shock people like that. I guess I would refer it to maybe Public Works and Public Utilities, but I'm also okay just waiting for a response.
Any discussion, Councilor Scott?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is something I've actually discussed with the Director of Engineering, so I would recommend amending the order to also extend an invitation to Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management. My bad. Just Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management, and I would refer it to Public Utilities and Public Works for conversation.
On the amendment, Councilor Ballantyne? Oh, no discussion. Any further discussion on the item? On the amendment? On the amendment? Seeing no discussion on the amendment is approved. Any discussion on the item? Councilor Ballantyne.
I just wanted to mention I had spoken at length with Mr. DeLuca about this, and he was under the impression that he was going to come before the council to discuss this. So I'm not sure where that came from. But it seems to have, the notification seems to have upset a number of people that maybe having him here at the next council meeting wouldn't be a bad idea.
Councilor Ba?
Mr. President, I would just like to sign on to the
Councilor Ba would like to sign on. So I'm thinking if we want to discuss this at the next council meeting, should we table the item, Mr. Clerk? So that item will be tabled, and we can have Mr. DeLuca come up at the next meeting to discuss this. And we all got that mailer as well, so we want to address that issue. Thank you. Next item, please.
Item number 22 is an order submitted by Councilor Hirsch and Councilor Niedergang that the Director of SBCD consider strategies to reduce the volume and impact of package delivery vehicles, such as encouraging smaller or electric vehicles and cargo bike parking, as these things have been tried in Manhattan and Seattle.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thank you. This was a suggestion from a constituent, and I don't know if Councilor Niedergang would like to talk about in committee or not, but just to note that when I was in Wisconsin for the holidays, the UPS packages were actually delivered by bike, even though that city is 10 times our square miles. And so it is something, I don't know how that you would negotiate that with the companies, but it does seem like there are other models out there.
Any discussion? Councilor Niedergang?
I would like this to go to committee for further discussion. There's been a huge number of complaints about, package delivery vans parked in bike lanes, blocking, et cetera. It's just been a huge problem all over the city.
Would you like that to go to your Committee of Traffic and Parking? Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item will be referred to Traffic and Parking. Next item.
Item 23 is an order submitted by Councilor Ewan Campen that the Director of SPCD present recommendations for an affordable housing overlay district to this Council's Committee on Land Use in order to facilitate the construction of new affordable housing.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will just note that your new rules seem to be increasing the speed that we're all talking. Very noticeably. I'm not sure that's how we're going to save time, is the compression of space between words.
Stop talking.
So this is an idea that I know a number of councilors have talked about. The idea is it's a zoning tool that incentivizes the construction of affordable housing as opposed to market rate housing. And we had a discussion during the zoning overhaul and all decided basically we're not going to deal with it during the overhaul. So I put in this order to spark that conversation. This will clearly be, it's a matter of how to implement it effectively so it actually does what we want it to do and doesn't cause extra problems. So I'm excited to get to work on this in land use, and I ask that it be sent to that committee.
Councilor Kling would like to sign on. Councilor Niedergang as well. And Councilor Davis, you have a comment or sign on? Sign on. Looks like everybody? No. The whole council will sign on. Thank you very much. And that item is referred to land use. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I request that be a committee of the whole when this comes up.
I'll leave that up to the chair, but yes, that sounds good. Any discussion, further discussion? Seeing none, the item is referred to land use. Next item.
Mr. President, I'm sorry to say, item 23, I missed it, but item 23 has been sponsored. The item we just did was sponsored by Councilor Ewan Campen, Klingon, Niedergang, Hirsch, Davis, and Umba. Those folks did express co-sponsorship in advance.
Anybody not on that list that wants to sign on? Councilor Scott. There we go. And Councilor Ballantyne? The whole council will sign on, and the item will be referred to land use.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
Oh, no worries. Next item.
Item 24 is an order submitted by Councilors Ewan Campen, McLaughlin, Klingon, Hirsch, Davis, and Umba that the Committee on Housing and Community Development convene a public hearing on the ongoing Tufts payment in lieu of taxes negotiations and request written answers from the administration to the attached questions that were raised by an ORS pilot working group.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to start by thanking Councilor Ballantyne, who's obviously been leading the charge on this. Tufts is in her ward, and she's doing an enormous amount of work with the community, with Tufts itself, with the state delegation on this. My understanding is that despite an enormous amount of effort from the community, these negotiations are still basically at a place that a lot of us wish it would get beyond. So the reason that I put this in is to use our power as a city council to help draw attention to that impasse. So my thought is that this would go to Housing and Community Development, and we would have a public hearing where we could invite any member of the public who wants to speak, and specifically reach out to folks who have been involved in the process, abutters, and of course representatives of Tufts University. And I also want to note, of course, the city is a party to these negotiations, so I'm not expressing an opinion one way or the other, but I think it's important that we draw attention to what is clearly a major issue. And I also want to, if you'd like, to give Councilor Ballantyne a chance to speak to this if she'd like.
Councilor Ballantyne?
Thank you. So I have never been shy with Tufts University, although I am on the pilot negotiating team. So the ground rules were set at the beginning that there be confidentiality in our discussions. I would like the community to know that to remind the community, 2 years ago, there was a survey that was put out. I think we had like 150, 170 responses of what the wish list was for the negotiations. And the negotiating team has been moving forward on those and continues to do that. We've had 2 community meetings, one in April and the other was in October. There was, in both cases, maybe 17 members of the community, and a couple of cases, the spring meeting, there were 3 people from Medford, and in the October meeting, there were 2 people from Medford who were present. And out of the spring meeting, what happened is, as you all know, and certainly the colleagues who've been on the board longer, is that I pushed for a home rule petition for a master plan, institutional master plan requirement. It hasn't passed through at the state legislature, but I was able to convince members in Medford to put one in. So they did submit one. I also went up to the State House and spoke on behalf of that. The 2 home rule petitions are sitting in the committee of third reading. So why is it important to have it's a leverage point. At the moment, we have no leverage. So that was the whole point when I got on the board 6 years ago, was to try to codify, have some law that would give us a leverage to be able to get Tufts University to respond to us, because right now we don't have anything. So I will be reaching out to my colleagues in the community to make sure that we do a big push and a lot of PR in terms of trying to get that through the third reading. So that's what's been going on behind the scenes. We have 2 more negotiating meetings that have been set up for next week and the week after. And I think at that point, this is really all I can say. I am not signing on to this because I think it would be a conflict to do that and disrespect my membership on the pilot negotiating team. But I understand why the working group wants to put publicity behind this. Thank you.
Councilor Niedergang would like to sign on. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is referred to Housing and Community Development. Next item.
Item 25 is an order submitted by Councilor Ewan Campen that the Director of SBCD update this council on when a 2020 housing needs assessment study will be complete.
Seeing no discussion, the item is approved.
26 is an order by Councilor Ewan Campen that the Director of SBCD ensure that tree removal permits aren't granted for properties that are currently subject to a stop work order.
Any discussion on the item? Councilor Davis, Hirsch, and Scott would like to sign on. Emba. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the item is approved. Next item.
Item number 27 is an order submitted by Councilor Ewan Campen. The Director of Engineering construct a pedestrian crosswalk across Washington Street in front of the Public Safety Building. There's a second request.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I neglected to include Councilor Scott. This also touches on his ward, and I'd like this to go to Traffic and Parking, please.
Councilor Scott would like to sign on. Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item will be referred to Traffic and Parking.
Item 28 is an application, unfinished business, an application for grand location that was submitted by Externet Systems to install a small cell wireless antenna and related equipment at 59 Dartmouth Street. And I was contacted by Externet Systems, and they have no update at this time and request that the item remain on the table.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item will remain on the table. Next item.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Scott.
I'd like to leave item 29 on the table, please.
Okay. Item number 29 will be laid on the table as well. Seeing no discussion.
Item number 30 is a request of the mayor, requesting an appropriation authorization to borrow $6 million in the bond for the renovation of the Arthur Healy Schoolyard.
Councilor Scott.
I'd like to request that be sent to committee. Likewise, on items 31 through 36, those are grants with no match required. I'd like to ask that they be approved this evening.
All right. Any discussion on the item? Councilor Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, just on item number 30, I think most of you know that I've been advocating for the Healy Schoolyard redesign for quite some time now. The community is crying out in desperate need for some change up there with regards to the open space that we have up there as well as in the city. And so the city has updated me on the plans. It's a very ambitious schedule, so I'm really hoping that we can get this money in place sooner than later. Number one, they want to break ground in the spring so that, the construction will be done over the summer. So the first phase of the park will be done by start of school. So with any delays at all, that could really, put things that we really don't want to have kids going back to school with construction going on. So I just urge, everybody, all my colleagues and the good chair of finance to, really try to handle this expeditiously, and we need to get this funding in place. The community wants it, and we need it, so thank you.
Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, item number 30 will be referred to Finance, and Councilor Scott moves to waive the readings of number 30 through 36 or 37?
31 through 36, please.
31 through 36, and move for approval. These are all grants. Seeing any discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any roll call votes there, Mr. Clerk? Seeing none, the items are approved.
Item 37 is request the mayor requesting approval of an annual vacant property registration fee of $500.
Seeing, Councilor Scott?
Thank you. This is just, it speaks to actually an earlier item. This would be functionally the fee that somebody who had a vacant storefront, according to the ordinance, would have to pay each year. This is the determination of a locus. I think it deserves a brief explanation and discussion in finance, so I'd like to refer it to finance.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is referred to Finance.
Mr. Chair, the items 38 through 38 through 66 are all confirmation of appointments. The chair is not present tonight. As the vice chair, I'd recommend waiver of meetings of 38 through 66 and refer all of them to CAPM.
Councilor Scott would like to waive the readings of the items and refer them to the Confirmation of Appointments Committee. Seeing no discussion, the items will be referred to Confirmation of Appointments.
Item 67 is a communication from the Assistant City Solicitor seeking approval to appear before this council to discuss approval of the settlement of a pending claim in connection with the flood that occurred at City Hall in November of 2018.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, I'm going to send that committee to Finance.
Very good. Item 68 is communication from the Assistant City Solicitor responding to a board item regarding the impacts of development along Alway-Burke Parkway on the Algonquin gas transmission pipeline.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you. That can just be placed on file.
Seeing no further discussion, the item is placed on file.
And item 69 is a communication from the Director of Personnel responding to a board council item that was looking for information about the appointment of a Chief Information Officer.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is placed on file.
Item 70 is an item of new business. It's a public event license that's been submitted by Tufts University for their annual Tuftonia Day happening at Professor's Row between Packard Ave and Curtis Street, April 24th.
Councilor Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will take on item number 70 through 82, and I've reviewed it. Barring any objection from my colleagues, I move to approve.
So on the first item, Councilor Davis?
Sorry, no, it's not on the first item. It's on when we get to item 74.
And Councilor Barr would like to waive the readings of items number 70 to 82 and move for approval.
Yes.
Any discussion on the item? Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on item 74, I'd like that to go to committee. That establishment has a matter before the License Commission that is on the agenda for Monday, and I'd like to just make sure we have all the information before we move forward on that.
Any further comment on that? Item number 74 will be sent to the Public Licenses and Permits Committee, and if no other objections, items number 70 to 82 will be approved. No discussion, seeing none, the items are approved.
Item number 83 is a communication submitted by Councilor McLaughlin in his capacity as president, conveying this council's standing and special committee assignments and commission appointments for 2020.
That item is placed on file.
Item 84 is an order submitted by Councilor Mba and Councilor Ballantyne, the Director of SBCD, and the Commissioner of Public Works, convert the traffic light at Powder House Boulevard and Curtis Street into a four-way stop signal.
Councilor Ba?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I would like this to be referred to traffic and parking. This is a very dangerous intersection, and I've been contacting the police chief. He sent some crossing guards there time and again, but I think that's not enough. We need an actual solution.
Councilor Ballantyne.
So thank you. Thank you so much to Councilor Mba for putting my name on this, but I would like it withdrawn. I don't want my name on this. The reason is this has been a 3-year process and discussion on everything on Powder House Boulevard. The way it is organized now is to test a pattern to see if that is the best thing. If it doesn't, and so the city is collecting data. That's why there were 3 speed bumps installed, 2 before the school, 1 after the school, and then 1 at the traffic light. The city is collecting the data. I've spoken to Mr. Rawson. We will probably have another community meeting. We've probably had 6 in reference to this over the last 3 years. In February, I don't have a confirmed date now, at which point the city will share back its data. We'll determine whether that's actually the right method. If not, then the city is going to come with another way to slow down the speeds in front of the school, whether that means putting the light back in and putting a raised bed in front of the school, but none of that has been resolved. So they're in a process now of collecting the data. I will say 3/4 of the people that contact me love the new intersection. So before any final decision is done, we want to make sure that the data is reflective of that. And so there will be a meeting, there will be a discussion, but I don't feel that at this point I'm in the right position to say what the city is testing needs to be taken down.
Councilor Ballantyne moves to withdraw her name from the item. Any further discussion? Councilor Ba?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor Ballantyne, for bringing that conversation up. I apologize for signing you on it. I just thought it was good customary as a ward councilor. I would still like this to go to traffic and parking. I don't know who the people you've been hearing from, because I now even sit on the parent advisory board in that school. So these are the parents of the constituents. They've even sent us an email. You've seen dozens of Somerville residents that have signed that petition wanting this intersection to move, back to what it used to be before. Enough about data collection.
Councilor Ballantyne.
So just to add to that, I'm not saying that it's not the right thing to do. I did also, and I'm not saying that I'm against it, but we need to have the data, just like we need to have the data on Broadway in order for us to make a final decision on this. Thank you.
Councilor Niedergang.
Mr. President, fine to put it in committee. I'm going to wait till the process plays out with the planned meetings before I put it on an agenda. And, I'll check with Councilors Ballantyne and Ba, as it proceeds.
Any further discussion? So Councilor Ba, with respect to this item, this is one that I would rather approve than put in committee, because Councilor Niedergang is trying to clear out his agenda, and I believe this is one that the Traffic Commission should respond to you directly. And if they don't respond to you, then please resubmit the order and we can send that to committee. But today I would like to approve the item. Next item.
Item number 85 is an order submitted by Councilor Mba and Davis that the Director of SBCD and the Commissioner of Public Works relocate the traffic signal in Davis Square on Elm Street outside the barn to the appropriate crosswalk location.
Councilor Ba.
Thank you, Mr. President. If any of you happen to actually stroll in Davis Square in front of the Baron, you will notice exactly, the situation. I had the opportunity to contact even my good friend, the ward councilor. The traffic lights, I'm sure they had good intention, but if you are visually impaired or you're a person with mobility, problem, you will that is a disaster waiting for you. The traffic signal, it's not actually at the crosswalk, it's behind a tree. You have to press it and then cross over a tree to go to the crosswalk. So it's just ridiculous. I just don't understand why somebody will actually, put something, that can cause a hazard, to people that are supposed to use it safely. And I will like this to be referred to committee, and also maybe my good councilor will have something to add on it. Okay.
Any further discussion on the item? Seeing none, this is also, Councilor Barr, an item I'd like to approve, and with a copy sent to the Traffic Commission, and Councilor Niedergang sits on that commission with the DPW Commissioner. So usually what they do is they discuss the item and then send a respond to you. If they do not respond to you in a timely fashion, please let me know, and we will put that back on the agenda. So today the item will be approved.
Item 88 is an ordinance submitted by Councilor Scott that amending the newly passed wage theft ordinance to make it, to give it a start date of June 1st of 2020.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, although I think we skipped 2 items. This is we approved those earlier, I'm sorry. This is a request that came from the administration and negotiated with the activist community. It was an oversight when we enrolled it, simply amending the ordinance as enrolled to add section 9-44 effective date to say that the ordinance shall take effect on June 1, 2020.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, this does require a roll call vote.
First, Mr. President, it actually
Approval
requires
of the
3
amendment?
readings, so first an approval.
Discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, the amendment is approved. Discussion on the item. Seeing none, the item is approved. And now we roll call vote for enrollment and ordainment.
Perfect. This is a roll call vote on amending the wage theft ordinance to give it an effective date of June 1st of 2020. On that item, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor White. Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Hirsch.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang. Yes. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti. And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, 9 councilors have voted in favor of that item, 2 are absent. That item is now enrolled.
And now on ordainment.
And on ordainment of that same item, Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor White. Councilor Ballantyne.
Yes.
Councilor Hirsch.
Yes.
Councilor Niedergang. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Yes.
Councilor Rossetti. And Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Mr. President, again, 9 councilors have voted in favor of that item. 2 are absent. That item is now ordained.
Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item number 89 is an ordinance submitted by Councilor Scott requesting that the Council's Committee on Licenses and Permits consider several amendments to the newly passed wage theft ordinance, including wage bond advisory provisions.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you. These are previously discussed. They simply got missed in the last, in the very late hour we had, so I'm hoping we'll be able to handle it in the first License and Permits Committee meeting. I'd just like it referred there.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item will be referred to licenses and permits.
Item 90 is an ordinance that's been submitted by Councilor Ballantyne, requesting the amendment of Ordinance 1-11B relative to the sections 12-8 and 12-9 to read as set forth in the attachment. Those have to do with the fine structures.
Councilor Ballantyne.
Thank you, and I should say, Councilor Niedergang, I forgot to sign you up for this. So Councilor Niedergang and I had met with Mr. Antanavica about the sidewalks and shoveling and the ice. And it came up in our discussion, what are the fines? And the fines are at the low end, and we can go as high as $300. So I suggested bumping them up, as we've done on many ordinances. I would like this referred to legislative matters. I just know the last one, I would like 300, but I'm willing to hear from the committee if there's other suggestions, because I think I started the first one at 100.
Any discussion on the item? Councilor Niedergang would like to sign on. Seeing no discussion, the item is referred to legislative matters.
Item 91 is an order submitted by...
Counselor, excuse me, President. I'll waive the readings of item 91 through 93. I would ask that item 91 be referred to open space, 92 to finance, and 93 to open space.
Any discussion on the item? Just reading it myself. Councilor Scott?
Mr. Chair, 92 might be appropriate to have just approved and the results referred to finance, unless the councilor would like to have a discussion in the finance committee about it.
So I hope this would be a 1-minute discussion, but what I've learned over the last 6 years is I don't necessarily get the reports that I want, and it takes me sometimes a very long time. So I just would like a little face-to-face on this one. I don't expect a very long conversation. Thank you.
So you've requested this information before?
Well, at various times over the last 6 years,
And no
yes.
response
But
yet.
this, not an updated, to know what's in the pipeline through the end of the year and what they're projecting out for the next 5. Thank you.
So because Councilor Ballantyne has requested this information and it has not been presented to her, I will refer item number 91 to which committee?
91, please, to open space.
91 to open space.
92 to finance, and 93 to open space.
Item number 92 will be referred to finance, and item number 93 will be referred to open space.
Item number 94 is a request of the mayor requesting confirmation of the appointment of Daniel Roche to the position of firefighter.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is referred to confirmation of appointments.
And item number 95 is a request of the mayor requesting confirmation of the appointment of Randy Oliver to the position of firefighter.
Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the item is referred to confirmation of appointments.
Item 97 is a communication from the school committee member Sarah Phillips, who is requesting an exemption under Mass General Law, Chapter 268A, Section 20D. And I think
Any discussion on the item? Councilor Scott?
I'd refer it similar to a similar exemption. We sent a confirmation of appointments earlier this evening.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the item will be referred to confirmation of appointments.
Item 99 is a communication from the Assistant City Solicitor responding to a council item regarding deeming Newport Construction and Northern Tree to be not considered responsible bidders or offerers for a 5-year period.
Any discussion on the item? Councilor Scott?
I would just both regretfully and respectfully request that this be placed on file.
Any more discussion? Seeing none, the item is placed on file. Do we have any late items, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, there are 2 late items that have come in. The first is an order submitted by Councilor Niedergang that the Chief of Police report to this council plans to assign more officers to the Traffic Enforcement Division and to instruct patrol officers to make traffic enforcement a higher priority and to increase the ratio of payable tickets versus warnings in order to regain control over our streets.
Councilor Niedergang?
Like this to go to traffic and parking, please.
Councilor Hirsch would like to sign on. Councilor Klingon, Councilor Ba, Councilor Davis. They'd all like to sign on, and because I know you placed this request, you made this request before, that item will be referred to traffic and parking.
And let me just say that we have a meeting next Wednesday, and I intend this to be one of the items that will be discussed early on in the meeting. Thank you.
Next item, Mr. Clerk.
The final item is an ordinance proposal submitted by Councilor Ewan Campen that the effective date of the surveillance oversight ordinance be amended to be October 15, 2020.
Councilor Ewan Campen.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just to avoid us having to wait over the summer and thereby going longer than we are allowed to take to act. So I just ask that this be go to legislative matters, and I think it's a 5-minute conversation, I would hope.
Any discussion on the item? I saw a few hands trying to sign on, I think. Nope, no one supports you. Seeing none, what you said legislative matters? The item's referred to legislative matters.
Mr. President,
Councilor Davis.
another light item, if I believe the clerk said that was the last one. Yeah, no, I'd like to submit a light item verbally.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. At the request of Councilor Ballantyne, I would like to move to discharge from the Legislative Matters Committee a number of items, and with the hope that they would then be referred to the Committee on Open Space.
Yes.
They're items related to two issues. One is the proposed native species ordinance, and the other is the public space preservation ordinance, which was previously known as the green minimum. So the item numbers that relate to this native species ordinance are 203-365, 205-683, 206-495, 207-999, and 208-567. Those items are the ordinance itself, some comments that have been submitted, just everything that really relates to that particular topic for the native species ordinance. And then for the public space preservation ordinance, the item numbers are 209-358 and 207-480.
Any discussion? Do you have all those, Mr. Clerk?
That very last one, say again, please.
The very last one was 207-480.
Got it, thank you.
Councilor Davis would like to discharge these items from legislative matters and put them in environment, open space, and energy. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, the items are referred to the Open Space Committee.
Mr. President, there are no further items before the City Council this evening.
Listen, we didn't have committee reports today, but we got done at 8:37. So Councilor Klingon moves to adjourn. Seeing no discussion, we are adjourned.